Never good to see the double store start. Can't really buy anything with 10 scrap. Okay. Hi, hello, everyone. We are playing Faster Than Light today. Faster Than Light was kind of a phenomenon when it first came out, honestly. I think like everybody I knew played it because it was really good. Basically, the goal of the game is that you start with a ship, and you need to get to the final sector of the game to defeat the rebel flagship and save the universe or whatever. To do so, you need to fight your way through a bunch of hostile rebels, pirates, and other hostile denizens of the galaxy. And you need to sort of upgrade your ship along the way. It's a pretty simple concept to grasp, but there's lots of little intricacies to it. Hello, hello. I should probably do something about that. Missiles are such a pain in the ass. Alright, so in ship-to-ship combat, there's a couple of things you need to take note of. You have your crew members and you have your ship systems. Shields will block most types of damage, including laser shots and flak, but they won't block missiles, which means that enemy ships with missiles can really fuck you up. Sucks. Generally speaking, the way to get through this game properly is to focus your fire on enemy weapon systems. You can tell because they're the two little, like, torpedo symbols there. How about no? He got one more off. At least that one missed. Generally speaking, you get better rewards from finishing the fight than letting them surrender, but it's a contextual thing. Sometimes it's better to just end a tough fight prematurely and take the lesser rewards so you take less damage to the hull, which is kind of difficult to repair. There's not that many opportunities. I guess it would behoove me to go over what all of these systems do. So since you're in space, you need oxygen. So this little O2 symbol here is your oxygen supply. If that gets hit, then your ship will stop producing oxygen, and your crew will suffocate. And that's bad. That's very bad. I have lost some runs to that. However, strategic deoxygenation can actually be quite helpful in certain circumstances. For instance, if enemy weapons fire lights fires on your ship, you can actually vent the rooms that are afflicted, and since fire needs oxygen, it will put out the fire. That's not always practical. Sometimes you get fires in a room where you need people in which case you'll need to send crew members to put the fire out. The game's campaign is randomly generated, which is why it sort of falls in the roguelike category. Not only are the enemies you face different from one another from time to time, you also have to deal with different decisions to make in different events. And sometimes you can make the same decision and it will go poorly or it will go well depending on what your luck is on any given day. You can also get little subquests from certain star chart nodes. Each location sort of offers an opportunity for an event, a ship battle, or both. Or sometimes there's nothing there. Right. This crew has a teleporter, which means that we have to deal with borders. We are also smack dab in the middle of an asteroid field. This means that periodically an asteroid will fly by and take out one of our shields. Which, in combination with enemy weapons fire, can result in a very dangerous area, but enemy ships aren't immune to it, so you can use that to your advantage. You'll also notice that we don't immediately get our FTL charge once we defeat the enemy ship. That's because this is a hazard area. We will need to wait the actual cooldown time to actually jump out. At this stage in the game, it's worth it to go looking for fights when given the opportunity. Enemy ships aren't too powerful and you need the resources. When your systems are damaged, or when enemy systems are damaged, you can send your crew members to repair them over time. This is a fairly central mechanic, and it makes having extra crew members extremely useful. Alright, they are gearing up to jump away. I think we'll accept this offer, because that's a lot of missiles. Now, while I would usually advocate going for enemy weapon systems first, for these auto scouts that jump away immediately, you actually want to take out their piloting system so they can't jump. This will also reduce their evasion to 0, which is really helpful. These purple clouds signify nebulas, and when you're in a nebula, the all-encroaching rebel fleet, which prevents you from just fully exploring an area, will actually be slowed down while you're in there. So sticking to nebulas can be dangerous, because sometimes you run into these power drain areas, plasma storms. Jeez, okay, we will have to get creative with our power distribution here. This enemy ship has a drone. Drones can be very dangerous depending on what your loadout is. This is a beam drone, so as long as we have a shield, we're actually fine. Unfortunately, we have to depower our oxygen to actually have both our burst laser and our shields up at the same time, so we're kind of on a clock here. Not a terribly stringent clock, but we are losing oxygen. Okay. Go ahead and power up the engines and the oxygen so we don't suffocate. By completing that quest, we got a free reactor output boost. So instead of 8 power bars to distribute between our systems, we now have 9, which means we can fully power everything that we have at the moment. It's generally better to get reactor upgrades later on because they get more expensive the more you get, but it's not exactly, it's not really something you have much control over. So, this event where you encounter a slaver who's trying to sell you a crew member, it's generally better to attack them to save the scrap, because most of the time they will surrender and just give you a slave for free if you attack them. Doesn't seem like they're doing it this time, though. They still might. An interesting property of... For fuck's sake. Come on now. An interesting property of surrendering is that it stops time. Okay, they didn't surrender. I'm a fool. We got a drone. Should usually try to intervene and defend outposts if you can. I want to say that you should be stingy with your missile supply, but you also shouldn't hoard them. We've got a bit of a surplus right now, so I'm okay with just tossing them out. Oh great, no shields. Alright. We've already taken quite a beating in this sector, but we can repair it later. It's probably okay. A system that's been damaged at the point of inoperability is denoted in red. A system that is damaged but still somewhat functional is denoted with a sort of orange hue. And systems that are just fine are just grayed out. When crew members are in rooms that take damage from enemy weapons fire, they will usually take some form of damage themselves. But crew member damage is actually not a very big deal because it's essentially an unlimited resource if you're careful, because you can always just go to the med bay and refresh it. Demand the surrender of their goods. Missing is really aggravating in this game. As it is in most games. Okay, so we've got to the exit point. We can now choose which sector we want to go to. We can either go to an abandoned sector or a rebel-controlled sector. They're both hostile, so they're kind of dangerous, but we don't have much choice. Abandoned sectors are home to the Lanius, which I understand only came about in the Advanced Edition, which I never actually played any of, actually. There are a variety of different crew member races that you have access to in this game. And they all have different abilities and properties. The Lanius, for example, don't actually need oxygen to breathe. In fact, any room they are in will lose oxygen as long as they're there. Ooh. My general strategy for this game is that I tend to save up a bunch of scrap until I hit my first store, so if necessary I can make big purchases like that burst laser 2. After that I tend to focus on upgrades and just repairs. Go ahead and sell this drone. We have no drone system. None of these augments are really lighting the world on fire. The shield charge booster is nice, but we can definitely make do without it. With those purchases, I would actually say we're pretty much set for the rest of the game. Now, we don't have nearly enough system power or weapon system power to actually use our new weapons, but it's not like they'll decay if we don't, so... I have found that it's usually best to make purchases like these early, and just have them be sort of an investment. Alright, this is actually a little bit troublesome. We have 4 invaders from this event and only 3 crew members, so we're going to need to be strategic about how we deal with this. Ship is probably inevitably going to take some damage here. We just don't have the manpower to ensure that none of our systems go down. We'll win the attrition battle, of course, but we will have to retreat to the med bay. I do question the wisdom of these fellas taking out the oxygen system while they're still on board. What do I know? I'm not a space pirate. Well, that kind of sucked. But everybody's still alive. I think we'll recover fine. I think that we'll recover fine. Hello, 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 welcome. We're in space and getting our butts kicked. Actually, we're fine. This is 100% within acceptable parameters. Okay, all of our systems are repaired. We're good to go. I'm not actually sure if that distress beacon will be enveloped next turn or not. It's probably better just to press on. Yeah, putting somebody on door duty is helpful, but I wasn't really in good position. Oh, a hacker. How quaint. So this is another environmental threat, like an asteroid field. This is a pulsar, and it will occasionally pulse out with stuff that will disable your systems. They tend to be fairly less dangerous than um, other types of hazards because they affect enemy ships as well, and in a fairly noticeable way. Oh, for... That little noise that you just heard indicates that, what's his face? Walker got a level up in his skill. Since he's been working the weapons for so long, he is now more experienced in doing so, and weapons will now charge more quickly while he is in command of them. That store is actually a little bit too risky. Instead, I think I'll invest my scrap in ship upgrades. I would say that probably the most significant upgrade you can get to your ship early on is another level in shields. I kind of need my missiles, don't I? I'll ignore that station. Alright, we're in a nebula, so I'm actually going to go ahead and spend the scrap to upgrade my door system. Now that they're upgraded, these doors cannot be opened by enemies without them first taking them down with weapon fire. It makes corralling them quite a bit easier.
Repugnant on the weapons!
It might make you feel like a jerk, but the strictly optimal way to play this game is to just pick fights. Fights get you resources, and you need resources to do much of anything. So this entire sector is basically a nebula. Nebulas not only slow down rebel fleets, but they also make it so that your sensors don't function properly. We can't even really see the inside of our own ship. We successfully drove off that particular invader by using the good old-fashioned controlled asphyxiation strategy. By venting the sector of the ship that he was in, we made him take a bunch of don't have air damage. Oh, now what? As you can see, he's already damaged by the time he pops in. I think this is actually the first alien we've actually seen. That's a mantis. Mantises are good at fighting, but not much else. Of course, that makes them very threatening boarders, so... Mantis ships are usually equipped with teleporters. Specifically, they're bad at repairing things. They have like 50% penalty to repair speed, which is pretty troublesome when all you have to work with are mantises and your ship takes some damage. Alright, well, their only functional weapon is a missile launcher, so it doesn't make any sense to have shields up anyway. The enemy ship has a very interesting drone on it. It's a shield overcharger. Over time, it will put up layers of defense. Unless you blow it up, I guess. This is going poorly. I might actually just jump out here. No reason to stick around. Right, which door is getting hit? There is an intruder aboard my ship. I just don't know. Oh, he's in the shields. Okay. Using my missiles pretty liberally here. I think that once we head to the store, we should focus on upgrading our weapon system a bit so we can use more sustainable weapons. Right now, what's getting wailed on? This game is mostly about just trying to control chaos. As enemy ship systems become more sophisticated and robust, you have more stuff to keep track of. Like invaders, hacking, ion, drones. Alright, so specifically I want another crew member. And some missiles. Please, missiles! Alright, so now we have a Mantis crew member to call our own. He'll help a lot with dealing with invaders, and also just having a body on shields to make them recharge a little bit faster. This particular pirate fighter is incredibly well armed for this stage of the game. I'm a little concerned. Like, I think we'll be okay if we just focus on the weapon systems, but... Christ. Or we could miss everything. That's definitely a possibility. I'm less inclined to run from this one. I think there might be a fire going. I'm not sure, since we don't have any sensors. Most enemy vessels will run out of missiles eventually. Eventually. They just hate my oxygen system. Please, I need to breathe. Be reasonable. I'm just gonna accept their surrender offer. I guess there's not really a point to fixing this at this juncture, but better to do it now than forget about it later. That accomplished actually nothing. We don't actually have anything to really fear from this drone. Beam weapons are basically useless against shields. But since our shields got hit by a missile... God, this is annoying. Fuck this. Leaving! Basically, I just need to get enough scrap to upgrade my weapon system by 1, and then I think we'll be fine. Pike beam or hull beam? I'll have to think about that. Alright, now we can power up our pike beam and our burst laser at the same time, and I think this will go a long way to helping with some of our woes. That effect right there means the ship has gone stealth, which means we can't target it or power up our weapons or do much of anything, really. It's actually a lot of fuel. I'll accept, so I don't die. Believe it or not, this is still more or less within acceptable parameters. Like, it would be nice if we stopped running into enemies with missile launcher spam, but... Oh, that's a problem. Huh? I guess there must have been a fire or something. Repairing breaches actually sort of saves your progress. Most of the time, if you start repairing a system, but you leave it, but you have to go away and stop repairing it, the repair bar resets. But breaches will actually maintain their status because it would be kind of rude if they didn't. Because sometimes to fix them, you have to asphyxiate yourself. It's a little unsustainable. We have time. We can explore these 2 nodes. Attack the pirate, because I never learned my lesson. See, we're dodging them all. It's fine. Go team. I think I might actually sell that. It seems a little unnecessary when I have the burst laser 2, 3, whichever. Alright, nothing here. Oh, I've made an error. Alright, so this is what happens when the rebel fleet catches up with you. It's not pretty. You face an extremely powerful ship for the point in the game that you're at, with, quite frankly, ridiculous weaponry. And the idea is to just sort of hold out until your jump charges. Because even if you win, you really only get a little bit of fuel, because you don't have... The reason being you don't have time to actually get anything better. We're just taking those guys with us. Ah, to have working sensors again. Wonderful. That actually went about as well as it could have. Thanks for the resub. As always, I really appreciate it. Let's see. Could go to a store, but we don't have much scrap. Let's explore the area a little bit first. And there's quite a few distress calls. Actually, we have some stuff to sell. Let's go to the store, repair a little, maybe get some fuel. So, pike beam or hold beam? I think actually the hold beam is a little bit better. Like the pike beam has slightly higher damage potential. Alright, let's at least get out of the red. Hire a crewman. Get some fuel. Okay, that should do it. This is our first NG crew member. I think that's how it's pronounced. It could be Ngai, but it seems more likely that it's NG. NGs suck at fighting, but they're really good at repairing shit. So they're sort of the inverse Mantis. I will have him man sensors for now. Putting a crew member in your doors or your sensors will essentially upgrade them for free. So having the NG here with our upgraded doors gives us improved blast doors. You can tell because they've got these little lines on them. They're even tougher for enemies to break through. Conversely, if we put him on sensors, we have upgraded sensors and we can actually see what's going on in the enemy ship as well as ours. Still useless in a nebula, though. We actually really need resources, and that's our last two missiles, so we're going to secure the cache instead. If you have the resources to spare, delaying the fleet with a booby-trapped cache can actually pay dividends because it gives you more time to explore. We don't have a lot of fuel, but this is usually a good deal. Like, upgrading the reactor. Oh, this is actually our very first blue option. When you run into an event, if you have a certain crew member, piece of equipment, or upgraded system, you will sometimes have the opportunity to choose a blue option. These options will almost always result in an optimal outcome. Oh, shit, I should have paid more attention. Well, there's no way to know. We don't have... I'm gonna take the weapon and any spare scrap. The stasis chamber is part of one of the few quests I haven't done in this game, but there's a good chance if we take it, we just take some damage, so... yeah. So we have the flat gun now. Probably... have so few missiles, it might be worth it to replace the Artemis. Alternative, we could give the Burst Laser 3 a shot for a little while. It's kind of fun. Sometimes you just get free shit, and that's great. Please, I need fuel. Oh man, another Burst Laser too. Let's see. We can sell the combat drone. We can also sell the Artemis and afford cloaking. Hell with it, let's do it. Cloaking is actually very useful. It's not just a gimmick technology. Have I, like, fought a single ship in this sector? I don't have missiles to sell, friend. Sector. Charted nebula again. God, we really need some more fuel. Sometimes you just run into really just bad strings of not getting what you need. Well, we've got borders. So I'll go ahead and put our NG crewmen on doors. They'll have a hard time breaching them in time. See, they're already almost dead. Just have our other crew member retreat. And no more intruders. Wonderful. They're not giving me much to work with. Oh, what the fuck, again? Oh, what are they shooting? The med bay? Great. This event is just really annoying. You don't get anything from it. It's just a waste of time. I mean, that's nice and all, but okay. So we're no fuel. The game is more than happy to tell us that we need to turn on our distress beacon and wait. You know what? Fine. Fine. Don't actually care that much. Ships oftentimes have fuel. He's in a bit of an awkward spot. I think I'll just let him do his thing for a while. So that's the Burst Laser 3. Fires 5 lasers all at once. It's pretty impressive, but it's also very, very power intensive. And sometimes you miss all the shots. That's enough of that. We send him to the med bay. This is a much more convenient spot for him to be, because I can just open the doors. The thing about beam weapons is that you kind of have to do a little bit of a mini-game to maximize the number of enemy rooms that you hit. It's worth it, though. Huh. I thought that would work. Oh well. Ah, fuel. Should have fought the thing. Well, I guess we're doing this again. We're pretty far ahead of the fleet, so it's not like it matters. Gladly trade. Got some pretty significant defenses up. Not hugely concerned. Oh, you should get back on engines. Jeez. This might be where we meet our end, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm getting bad luck with my burst laser hit ratio. They've got a fucking, whatchamacallit, a shield overcharger. My mantis just died. And we don't have the fuel to retreat. I'm not seeing a way out of this, actually. Wait, they just left? What? Alright, we are still somehow alive. Alright, we have to aggressively vent everything so we don't die to fire. Okay, we're gonna need to have our 2 remaining human crewmen repair the breach in the medical room, because the Angie will just die. Alright, well. Where there's life, there's hope. Probably. Life sucks. Fucking slugs. No! Absolutely not. Okay, fine. Yeah, sure, whatever. Rest in pieces. Alright, well, that never happened. Let's hope for a better outcome this time, with more fuel. That's just how this game goes sometimes. It is that kind of game. Ha! How do you like it, dickhead? Okay, this ship actually poses no threat to us whatsoever. They literally cannot break through the shield with their weapons. It's nice to have winnable fights. I mean, those weren't unwinnable. I just got a little bit unlucky with what hit and what didn't, which is to say, very little. In the interest of efficiency, it's best to right, these guys are much more threatening. They have actual weapons. In the interest of... That's not good. Efficiency in fuel and scrap, it's best to wait a little bit and explore all the nodes you can before you hit a shop, so you don't have to make return trips. I don't think missiles will be necessary here, so I'm just gonna... no. No. I don't feel like it. When you're doing stuff like this, it helps to plan out your route a little bit, but I think we have to hit the store now, actually. The way that this sector is laid out means that the Rebel fleet will catch up to us if we wait. Hopefully we can find something nice and cheap. Like my good friend, Bomphy M. I think we can... I'll buy one fuel just because I'm living in mortal terror right now, but... Bomphy M is a rockman, and rockmen are very slow. However, they have a lot of health and they are immune to fire damage, which makes them great both as boarders and as just general repairmen. Firebomb, you say? Alright, who is where? We actually have the numbers advantage here. course, that doesn't mean we can just ignore what's going on. We have to preserve the numbers advantage. One of the bigger limitations of this game, I would say, is how difficult it is to, like, micro your crew members in certain situations. Like, it's impossible, as far as I know, to specifically get a crew member to attack a specific enemy. So you can't get, like, 6 surrounds or anything. Oh, I wanted to ask, by the way, how is the aspect ratio? I have this blown up to full screen for streaming purposes. Oh, here's something. In this event, you can send a rock crew member in, and since rock crew members are immune to fire, you get the blue option. Ooh. Okay, so the explosive replicator is an augment, something we haven't actually gotten yet. These give your ship special abilities, basically. The explosive replicator, basically make it so that missile-based weapons have a 50% chance of not using a missile. This is really good, for reasons that should be fairly obvious. Uh-oh. So, hacking in the hands of the AI is very hit or miss. Sometimes they will go for a completely useless system like sensors in a nebula or doors when they have no borders. Other times they will go straight for the jugular and get your oxygen supply, and that can actually be a real problem. We should be able to wrap up this fight before it becomes an issue, but when a ship has other things going for it besides a single ion cannon, the hacked oxygen supply can actually just choke out your crew entirely. It's a bad scene. Alright, I think since we have so many missiles and we have that replicator, I'm gonna be a little bit more liberal with my missile launcher. Attack the slaver scum! Honestly, the Artemis Burst Laser 2 layout that the Kestrel starts with is pretty fucking good. Like, it can actually carry you pretty far into the game, provided you don't run into too many defense drones. Of course I'll take a Magmar, those are rare. Alright, since we haven't had a chance to upgrade doors yet, I will put Magmar on door duty, so we have a little bit more control in case we get borders. Always intervene and defend the outpost unless you're, like, on the brink of death, in which case maybe in that case you should not. But even then, sometimes the reward for saving the outpost will be patching up your ship. I have found that as I've revisited this game, a key part to actually being successful is to properly managing what power you have. You don't actually need to have all systems powered at any one time. And in fact, doing so is often wasteful. For instance, once I heal Walker, there's no reason to have the medbay on. Like, I can just turn that off and put that power bar elsewhere. With this setup, we have all of our stuff powered to maximum, except the med bay, which isn't doing anything for us at the moment. I will always take a freebie. Now, if only we could find a drone control system somewhere. Ah, jeez. Okay, all hands on deck. Oh, but they have an anti-ship battery. That's real bad. Well, weapons are useless here, so we can power those down to power up the med bay. Alright, so that's what the anti-ship battery does. It does 3 damage and causes a breach wherever it hits. It's an environmental hazard of sorts. Leaving now. Oh great, Zoltan. I really don't like going to Zoltan-controlled sectors. Zoltan shields are a real pain in the ass. Now, despite the fact that rocks repair things by hitting them with their fist over and over again, they don't actually have a repair penalty like the Mantis. Which means that, given their high HP, just having them repair breaches and stuff is actually, definitely a use for them. Because it will take longer for them to suffocate, because they have more health. That's how it works. I am stockpiling quite a bit of scrap, but I'm sort of waiting to find a store. Speak of the devil. Alright, well, once again, speaking of the devil, we have to deal with a Zoltan shield. It's not as bad because we're in an asteroid field, but basically, a Zoltan shield is something that you start the battle with 5 HP points that just blocks everything. They block missiles, they block hacking, they block drones, they block intruders. But the catch is they can't recharge. However, given the nature of this game, often getting the first strike in is the most important thing. Ergo, having a shield that essentially makes you immune for the first couple of engagements in a battle is a huge advantage. You can actually get this for yourself if you use a Zoltan cruiser, or if you do a certain quest. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. We don't have time for this nonsense. Attack! Alright, looks like they have a pike beam. Given that the AI is usually not smart enough to sync up their weapons, we're not in a lot of danger here. Coordinating your volleys properly is an important part of getting through shields, and the AI is not very good at it, so they tend to make up for it by cheating. And just having a shit ton of weapons and systems that the player really has no chance of actually having an equivalent. You really have to fight carefully and use your brain in this game. Alright, that's probably enough to go to the store. Let's see here. Alright, well, let's spy drones. I think I'm gonna go ahead and sell the firebomb. There's no real reason for it. The ion intruder drone. I kind of want one. Maybe I should have thought of that earlier. Oh well. I'll hire an NG crew member instead. So now we have our very own drones. With the proper support, oh god. I'm tempting fate. We're being held hostage, oh no. Don't really have the energy right now to devote to drones, but later on they'll become useful. One nice thing about rocks is that you can actually kind of have them fight in oxygenless areas and they'll still be more or less okay. Oh, free system repair drone. Can't say no to that. If nothing else, it's 15 scrap. You can just sell it. Alright, let us try out a drone. Oh, of course this ship has an anti-drone drone. Never mind. Drones function a little bit like missiles in that you need a drone part to successfully deploy one. Jesus, okay. Drones forever. Alright, I think I will actually get rid of my system repair drone. I have a fairly robust crew at the moment. I don't have money for anything that's useful, so I guess I'll just instead start making some upgrades. It's difficult to tell without like super advanced sensors exactly how a ship's power is apportioned. So sometimes you just kind of need to fire off some shots to figure out if they're focusing on evasion or shields or what have you. Good rule of thumb is if you miss a lot, target the, whatchamacallit, the piloting area. It's weird to call it a piloting area for an automated ship, but that's how it be. That's how it be. Choose my doom. Slug? I've never run into that event before. No reason to expend anything on this fight. We've already won it, more or less. He got so mad he exploded into scrap. Doesn't seem so wise to me. That's actually a really good surrender offer. Usually you don't get a weapon. The Hermes is like the Artemis, except it does 3 damage instead of 2. It's kind of energy inefficient, honestly, but, I mean, since we have the explosive replicator... Sure. Kinda need more reactor energy to power up my drones. I'll just leave them to slap at each other for a while. Go send my rock friend to put that out. It's in an awkward spot. I would like to vent it just to get rid of it easily. I guess we can do that now. Upgraded doors actually make it harder for fire to get through. So let's go ahead and do... Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. Well, there is this dickhead, but everything is still fine. There's no reason to be alarmed. Oh, here's something fun. If we give them the maximum, we get a unique augment, which I actually value pretty highly. It's the NG Medical Bay Nanobot Dispersal Unit. Basically, it means that no matter where you are in the ship, you get healed. Really useful, just for saving time. Also makes you very hard to board. I'll never run out of fuel again! Sometimes if you answer that you're friendly there, you'll get some free stuff. Sometimes you don't. Christ! Everything's on fire! Okay, I'm just gonna vent stuff. That will be more efficient. That sucks. Oh well, whatever. Sometimes that's just how it be. If you attempt to download the ship's data stores and you succeed, you get a map of the area. So now we know where all the ships are, where all the stores are. Do you want to keep my anti-drone? There are numerous cases where it is useful. also want the backup battery. The backup battery, when activated, gives you an extra 2 bars of power. We'll have a little time to explore around the exit, but not a lot since that scout got away. Small bum. I think we only realistically have time to go to the store, see if there's anything useful. If we sell this small bum, we have enough to buy Borman, the Zoltan. The Zoltan crew members are really useful because every room they are in will automatically get power. However, they only have 70 HP, and they explode on death. Oh geez, okay, well. If that is already under rebel control, so there's actually no reason not to explore a little farther. We'll have to deal with it anyway. Holy crap, it's a weapon, just flying in space! The ion blast is actually really useful with drones. Well, I'm glad I explored, but this is going to be painful. There's not really a compelling reason to fire back except maybe to disable the weapon systems. I'm mostly just waiting for my FTL to charge, that's about it. And that was a questionable... Oh dear, that's bad, that's real bad. Then I guess we'll just have to keep the weapons suppressed and deal with these intruders so we can repair the engines. That went okay. Definitely could have gone a lot worse. I'm gonna upgrade my drone bay a little bit. I think I'm gonna need it. Let it never be said that I learned from my mistakes. I don't need that fuel. I'm sure I'll find plenty. It's fine. I'm gonna accept this offer because things are going bad. Why they always gotta have the missiles? Well, that's that. 20% evasion is fake. This game is hard, by the way. Like, I'm already taking huge damage just from the first fight. Scary. Very scary. I might be being too greedy with my scrap and upgrades. Like, that's definitely a possibility. We can take a little bit longer exploring this place. Oh, this is my favorite.
Mercenaries are worse than rebels. The only honorable course is to engage the mercenary in battle.
I'll accept this offer since I am kind of the one that just randomly picked a fight. Anyway, we can dip into the nebula a bit later and slow fleet pursuit by a significant margin. That's a lot of missiles. I will accept this offer of surrender, since I seem to be relying on them so heavily recently. I don't like any of these. I'm just gonna fix my hull and move on. Anything I can sell? No. Bomb weapons aren't bad or anything, it's just that they kind of require... Intruders detected. Oh, mind control, right. That's annoying. Mind control systems, will... Jesus. When did that break? Mind control systems will choose randomly a crew member of yours and turn them against you for a time. It's really annoying, especially if you don't have very many crew members. I'm not entirely sure how it works, but it always seems like the enemy weapons charge just a little bit faster than yours. Drones this early on enemy ships are really bad. Like, they can absolutely fuck you up. You can steal civilian supplies here, but I've usually found this to have a negative outcome more often than not, and it's also kind of a jerk thing to do. Yeah, whatever. Uh... Yeah, I just don't have time. Would have liked to go see that distress beacon. Oh, good. Good. Alright, so these hyperactive suns have the lovely ability to randomly light fires on your ship. I'm just going to accept their offer here. I don't want to have to deal with this sun any longer than I have to. Each pulse will also do a little bit of hull damage. These places are death traps. If you don't have rock crew members, fire can be actually really bad. The thing about fighting enemy vessels in this game is that you always need to remember they have you at an advantage in a war of attrition. Always. They only ever need to fight one battle with you, but you need to make it through the entire goddamn game. This is why enemy ships with missile launchers are such a pain. I missed 3 of those in a row. That's incredible.
That's incredible!
4. Yeah, sure, whatever, fine. That's just kind of the attitude you have to play this game. Yeah, sure, whatever, fine. Venting your rooms when the enemy crew invades is usually a good choice, even if it's kind of out of the way, because of the way the enemy AI works. Somewhat reasonably, the enemy will always try and avoid rooms with no oxygen unless they're Lanius, who don't need oxygen. Ergo, if you vent rooms, you can sort of prevent them from taking extra damage, because they will focus on the doors rather than the systems. Alright, with 100 and... Not, well, easiest quest of my life, question mark? That was literally one jump away, but I'm not complaining. Okay, let's see. Oh, scrap recovery arm. That just gives you a 10% increase to all scrap found, which is fantastic. Distraction buoys are nice. Repair arm. I don't like it very much because it reduces the amount of scrap you take, even though it does heal your ship every time you get some. Alright, hopefully this will put us in a good position for later on in the game. We actually dodged a missile for once. Incredible. Okay, they've got teleporters. That's bad. You do occasionally get really nice surrender offers, so you should probably take those when you find them. Always remember that you can sell things, even if you can't use them. The key to making sure that these enemies that are trying to flee don't get away is to target their piloting system or their engines. Oh, we got a crew member out of that. Alright, we're looking pretty okay. How gutsy do I feel? Not very, honestly. Let's just head to the next sector. You're definitely going to want to look into getting some better weaponry in this sector. We can't rely on the burst laser and Artemis forever. Especially if they keep missing. You might notice that on these vessels, you will occasionally see the resist word pop up. Rock vessels, Jesus Christ, they hate my oxygen, have this unique ability to resist instances of damage. That just seems unlikely. Are you kidding me? I think we're cutting it a little bit close on what is acceptable for how long I can go with just one shield. Okay, if we sell the combat drone, we can buy not a lot. The whole laser 2 is pretty good, but we just don't have the money. That in mind, I think we'd better press on. Generally speaking, you will win fights in your med bay, unless you are completely outnumbered. Usually, it's not really very efficient to try and win by taking out enemy oxygen supply, but if you have the right equipment, it's possible, and you do get bonuses for leaving a vessel intact and killing the crew. Without somebody on sensors at the moment, it's a little bit difficult to tell what exactly is going on. Oh. We did the thing. Maybe it caught fire or something. Or maybe they just actually sent literally everybody they had over on boarding duty. Thanks to Walker's expertise, I think we actually have a bit of a leg up on enemy weapon charge now. We could have theoretically choked them out too, but I don't know, that takes a while. Huh, that's actually the first blue option for a Zoltan I've seen in a long time. We have no drone bay, and that's a really good deal. You should be able to pick up something nice at this shop if they have something nice for sale. Like Flak 1. Mind control is nice, but I'm getting really concerned about our ability to actually penetrate shields. If there's something scrap related here, maybe we can go back and pick up the mind control. Little did he know that was a vital system. Well, actually, maybe he did know. It's kind of hard to tell. The AI is so erratic in this game that it's sometimes when they do smart things, it's impossible to tell if they're doing it on purpose or not. Alright, so either way, we have to face the rebels. Oh, this is actually a bad situation I put myself into. Whatever. Level 1 mind control is usually not enough to actually accomplish much with. but it becomes quite potent when you upgrade it. Alright, well, we're still alive, and that's what counts, right? I just don't have missiles left. But use them I must, because my luck is terrible. The unfortunate thing about mind-controlled enemies is that you have no real say in what they actually do. I mean, yeah, that's usually the strategy. You just go for ones that inhabit important systems. No. And if nothing else, they will usually at least make that system a little bit less effective for the duration. We can't go to that store. It's too much of a waste of time. Well, maybe we should have gone to that store. Alright, let's try one more run with the Kestrel and see if we can do literally any better. I'm very good at video games. It's a lot of fuel for one drone part. It's always a little bit scary to turn off your oxygen, but for the most part, when you're in these plasma storms, enemy ships are pretty weak. So you can usually finish them before it becomes a problem, at least in my experience. Chain ion. The idea is by the time they actually get to the med bay, where my dudes are hanging out, they will have taken a lot of asphyxiation damage. And so they have. Alright, well that was kind of a shaggy dog story of a sector. Node place. Oh, we need that oxygen on, don't we? I guess we could... Sucks to use so many missiles, but I think we gotta. Later on, once the oxygen refills a little bit, we can juggle our power a little bit more to put it in the burst laser. Sometimes it pays not to immediately jump, especially if you've got oxygen problems. Alright, their weapons are completely disabled. So I think we can actually divert power from shields into the weapon system without too much of a danger. Thank you for the follow, physics nerd. I appreciate it a lot. I've been a little bit wrapped up in actually just playing the game. But you might notice that there is a new banner down below, in the down below section. The idea is that I looked at my Steam library, and I have so many roguelike adjacent games, and those are all pretty good stream games, that I think I'm just going to play a lot of those for a while. Starting with FTL and then moving on to other stuff. Oh, I hear fire. When in doubt, vent the entire damn ship. Never pay the toll. God damn it. Dipshit. One way to sort of delay taking damage from a mind-controlled crew member is to sort of just put another person in the room with them. Not with like any intent to actually hurt them. Just to sort of tie them up so they don't damage a critical system. That was okay. Yeah, sure, whatever. Everybody's missing. You can also just directly target the enemy mind control system and disrupt it that way if you are so inclined. But that's not always an option. Should probably fix my doors. Even basic ass doors are pretty important. Alright, we are in reasonable-ish shape. We haven't done a store yet, which is a little disconcerting, but I think we'll be okay. Oh, good, the giant alien spiders. Fuck it. Send the crew to help. Oh, optimal result. Blessed. Usually you just lose somebody. But for our troubles, we got a long-range scanner, which is pretty useful. It lets you identify hazards in enemy ships before you actually jump in. which can be situationally very useful. I'm usually okay with taking those kinds of gambles early on, because it's like if something goes terribly awry, I can just restart without losing much. Later on, though, can definitely be a little bit. Oh, thank you for the raid, Pauline. Do we want to accept the surrender or not? That's a reasonable amount of missiles, and they are. I think I'll just do that. The chance of them getting away is too high. Missiles for drone parts. Don't need them. We can go ahead and repair 5 damage for 10. That's a pretty good deal. For our current setup, nebulas are kind of a pain in the ass, so I am very close to a nearby sun. Let's avoid that then. So I'm going to go to the pirate sector instead and hopefully pick up a bunch of scrap from fighting weak ships. I will absolutely take a crew member. I feel like 4 is like the bare minimum. Thank you for the follow, Black Mage Phoenix. I really appreciate it. I hope everybody is having a lovely evening. And I also hope I can find a shop soon, because all this scrap is kind of burning a hole in my pocket. Alright, I could swing around down that way. Though I think this makes more... hard to say. I would like to avoid the plasma storm if possible. I don't have a lot of power to work with. Well, that's a shame. Sometimes challenge runs are like that, though. Something that sounds like a really good idea to start out with, in practice, just turns out to be a big slog. There are a number of ships like that in this game, actually. So the reason I ultimately decided to go down this way is that I think that shops have a better chance of appearing outside of nebulas. Oh, goodness, that's not good. I better vent that. A pulsar. Well, that's... I think I can deal with that okay, probably. They tend to be the least dangerous hazards. They can actually end up helping you more than hurting you. I don't actually care that much that he has hacked my cameras. There's not much to see at the moment. Oh, damn. Okay. That must have been a skeleton crew. The fire got him. Once the enemy vessel has been properly disposed of, pulsars are absolutely not dangerous at all, because all they can do is ion your systems, but it can potentially ion your engines and just have you stuck there for a while, which is definitely annoying. We will never surrender one of our crew to slavers. I feel like you have to be in really dire straits to ever seriously consider that offer. Speaking of crew members, this is actually a good place to pick them. Whenever you encounter a slaver, if you attack them, there's a good chance of actually just getting a freed slave if you beat them up enough. Do I need to demonstrate this again? Is that what you're telling me? Once again, we accept their offer. I'm magnanimous like that. Getting a little perturbed by the fact there are no shops around. Attack the rebels! Right, missiles will not be useful against this ship. They have a defense drone. Fortunately, because they're putting extra power into their drone system, they don't have any weapons actually capable of penetrating shields. I'm not really sure what they're hoping to accomplish with this setup. If I were the cheesy sort, this would be a perfect time to just AFK for a while and let my pilot and shield people just power level on this encounter, because there's literally no possibility of dying. But given that we are on stream, and that would be really fucking boring, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, most of the time that happens when you try and steal civilian supplies. You get blown up. Finally, a store. Hopefully they have something good for sale. Uh... With the chain ion, we might be able to make this work. Let's pick up drone control and beam 2. Pick up some fuel and some drone parts. Alright, we've got level 2 shields now. I think for the time being I'm going to focus on upgrading my reactor a little bit so I can have drones and other important systems up at the same time. Since this does go into a nebula, we should have time to explore these nodes. Well, this is taking a turn for the worse. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and accept that offer. Just put all hands on deck so we don't burn to death. Might happen anyway. Remember everyone, fire safety is very important. Alright, with the doors repaired, that should arrest the flow a little bit. problem. Everything's fine. Yeah, sure, let's attack the pirate. That definitely didn't go poorly the last time. Alright, we're in a better position now, so I think it's fine to just press the attack. A lot of missiles, though. I should start leveraging that. Eh. I always seem to overestimate how much time I actually have. Oh well, it's fine. Provided we just keep the weapons locked down, we should be able to avoid taking too much damage. The anti-ship battery doesn't fire that much. We can deal with the breach when we get to the next sector. I would really recommend that if you're going to play this for yourself, don't be like me. Don't linger unnecessarily. Do I want to go to the civilian sector or the Zoltan homeworlds? If you're doing well on easy difficulty, fighting the rebel ships at the end, if you get caught with your pants down like that, is not the end of the world, and you can even win sometimes, but on normal and above, I'm pretty sure you should really just run. Look, my questionable monetary practices are totally fine. Actually, it might have been better to accept that surrender. That was a hefty chunk of fuel. We should probably at least pick up some extra fuel here. Hacking is not the worst. Alright, let's pick up flak, and I think that will actually set us up fine for the rest of the game. Now we can just focus on upgrades. As I no doubt should have been doing since the beginning. No, not my doors! Congratulations! Right, not enough system power. Burst laser is starting to show its age a little bit. It needs more oomph. It needs other weapons to help it out. Otherwise, every single shot misses, and that's just terrible. Actually, yes. I will accept this happily. That's 6 missiles and 5 fuel. We should have time to pick up this distress call. Alright, now I've got flak as well as the burst laser. Oh, I hate this event. Wait, actually, well, the Sultan shield's up. I should fire as soon as possible. God damn it! Well, rest in peace, you. I thought really ordered him to move in time, but I think I misclicked. Alright, well... Butts. You're the pilot now. You don't have to be good at fisticuffs if your strategy is to board the enemy ship and explode when you die. Very rude. Let's get this quest done. Actually, we can go here first and then double back. Gotta get that value. The timing on flak is a little bit weird. You can't necessarily always do, just fire both at once. You kind of have to stagger. It's not a lot of everything, honestly. Alright, let me hope I remember how to do this correctly. First you attempt to hail them. Perhaps there could be a reconciliation of our ideals without war. True progress can only be achieved without bloodshed. Okay, yeah, we did it right. Alright, so, completing this quest the first time ever will give you access to the Zoltan Cruiser in the hangar. Subsequent times it gives you a little bit of scrap and the Zoltan Shield Augment, which is really nice. Now we have the green bubble of being OP. Of course, Zoltan Shields are not very useful in asteroid fields. I found that the optimal timing is to do it like right when the flak sort of appears on the enemy screen. We actually made it in time this time. I'm so proud of myself for not being a Greed Lord. Having a Zoltan shield equipped actually gives you a little bit of an opportunity to take a more aggressive strategy, going for shields first. That's bad. Ah, come on now. Stupid rock plating. Okay, now we can have Flak 1, Burst Laser 2, and Artemis all powered at the same time, along with a drone and all of our subsystems. So things are looking up. We might not randomly explode this time. Maybe. Another asteroid field. Is it worth it to... Yeah, I'm feeling gutsy. Honestly, I'd rather have fuel more than anything. It wasn't a bad offer, just not quite what I wanted. I'm gonna go ahead and wait for the pulse to go off, because that usually takes out shields. Sadly, we still have to deal with these chuckleheads. But without the interference from another ship firing on us, it shouldn't be too difficult. And since Ion can't actually damage you, there's no real penalty to just sticking around. Oh yeah, it totally does, and I should absolutely do it. I just don't, because I hate relying on random numbers. I'll do it right now. I'll do it now. I'll go now. There we go. Jumped up to 37%. Well, that's a fairly fearsome weapon loadout, since he also has the almighty Burst Laser 3. I got 34 of these things. I should probably not be afraid to use them if it's expedient or safe. One thing I really wish existed would be like an augment you could get that would increase your hit percent. There's nothing quite so obnoxious as just missing everything. I guess if it really bothers you, you just take a beam weapon. As now as ever, we will never surrender one of our crew to slavers. There's some sort of weird math going on in evasion and how it levels up. The earlier that you upgrade evasion, the faster that you level up your pilot and engine person, because you get experience from successful evades. Sort of like the whole Final Fantasy II dilemma. I already went over this. I'm not gonna do that on stream. That's dumb. This is boring. They do have a teleporter, but they don't seem particularly enthusiastic about using it. I might actually target it first, just so I don't have to deal with that nonsense. Oh, that's helpful. I have been taking a bit of a beating. Alright, I think our next milestone will probably have to be maxed weapons, so we can go ahead and use all of our stuff. Bring all to bear. Drones are so obnoxious. Holy shit. Regrettably, lighting a fire on an unmanned ship doesn't do a whole lot, because it immediately goes out because there's no oxygen anyway. Automated ships do have self-repair functions, so you can't just, it is not allowed to just disable all of their systems and then just win the battle. They will eventually repair themselves, which is annoying, but I guess you gotta do what you gotta do for the sake of balance. You can check this place out. You might say it's bloodthirsty. I just say I want fuel. We've all seen what happens when I run out of fuel. It's not pretty. Oh yeah, a long, long time ago, I had an extremely powerful boarding party set up, and I decided just to murder everybody on the flagship, and I thought, yay, I win! But then it had an AI that was like 5 times more powerful than actually having a crew. Okay, I do actually have time to explore this node, unless something terrible happens. A funny thing about that little blurb you get about how they must have a super shield bypasser is that in the original vanilla version of the video game, there was no such line. It just said, "You don't know how they got past your Zoltan shield," and it was super obnoxious. But in the advanced edition, they actually added an augment that you could get called a super shield bypass unit, where you can actually bypass enemy Zoltan shields. Because ordinarily, they protect from teleportation and hacking and other such nonsense. Wait, that's... All you humans look alike to me. Alright, let's continue the course. See, that's why I like the Medbot dispersal augment. Oh, come on. Be reasonable. I have a Zoltan shield. Yeah, killing everybody in the mothership except the guy in the beam room is probably one of the better strategies to actually taking down that stupid thing. Dearest proprietor, all of your fuel, please. Can I sell anything? No, not really. I guess I could... Oh, those don't even sell for very much. They know they're not very valuable. I would like to take on Bjorn there, but just not dying is more important. Oh geez, I've been going over. Whatever. We'll go until we die. Or defeat the mothership. We'll probably die. It's very easy to get wrapped up playing this game. There's a lot to keep track of, and it's very engaging. I think we actually need to visit the store for more fuel. Never again! I do have quite the surplus of drone parts, and I am kind of... Yeah, sure. I think even doing that, I still have more than enough for my purposes. Nice, nice. 6 missiles is a lot. Alright, we shouldn't get too carried away exploring. We do have to be concerned about the Rebel fleet. I feel like we've already fought a Dread Pirate Tuco. Right, if I'm not mistaken, that's a fire beam. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Mind control might be, though, once they break through the shield. I'm gonna focus on that. On the bright side, our extra bars here will buy us some time before that actually becomes a problem. Or I could just hit it with a missile. It's probably the more expedient option. Alright, starting a fire in there is more or less assured that I'll win. Again, that's a lot of missiles. This Artemis is doing work. Alright, finally have weapons maxed out. We can power up the chain ion and do some work. One trick you can do is when your Zoltan shield is up, you don't actually have to power your normal shields at all, as long as you're paying attention. Of course, they brought them down pretty quickly, so I guess it's a moot point. Just cut the old ship out with the beam drone. Just made it. Yeah, I'll go ahead and repair the 5 damage. Alright. There we go. We are in pretty darn good shape, I think. We haven't used it much, but the chain ion is actually very powerful because with consecutive shots, it locks down system more, basically. I guess we haven't been to one yet. Slugs are known for using dirty tricks. See that ion tends to work the best with auto fire enabled. That way you can just sort of keep things locked down in perpetuity. Unfortunately, that sort of means you have to auto fire everything else, and it can be a little bit difficult to juggle it all. It helps if it hits its target, of course. Okay, I think now we should focus on improving our shields. Like, we've been able to put it off for a while because we do have this lovely Zoltan number, but that won't last forever. Especially not against a setup like that. Jesus. Upgraded mind controls are really difficult to deal with. The reason being, they actually boost the power of your mind-controlled target. Sometimes, if you let the slugs live, they give you a shit ton of fuel, so I do enjoy that. Thank you very much for the follow, Gendery. One thing I'm willing to admit is that I'm not very good with Ion. It requires a bit of finesse. Mantis borders can be difficult to deal with. They move quickly, and they do a lot of damage. Okay, if we depower the med bay, we have enough to pump our shields up enough. Dangerous, but acceptable. Well, that's annoying. Suppose if I had the right drone set up, nah, not worth it. We'll just jump out and it'll be fine. I probably should have just left. I might have to leave here too because they've disabled my oxygen. I guess it depends on how fast I can kill them. Might want to just focus on shields. I think we're okay. Probably. No time to sandbag, or else we suffocate. Between the Zoltan shield, our high evasion, and our normal shields, we're actually really durable at this point. The nice thing about nebulas is that while hiding in them does not delay the fleet as much as it would in a normal sector, they're still pretty slow to catch up to you. So you can explore quite a bit if you want. Mind control is really annoying. One nice thing about slugs, if you have some on your team, they're actually immune to mind control. Alright, you're not doing anything. Get in there. Still haven't gotten the hyperfuel event, but, you know, it's better than nothing. You have a healthy supply, and that's all I can really ask for. Now we can finally bring out that beam drone if we are so inclined. Alright, so our med bay is currently offline. That shouldn't be too much of a problem. Retreat back here to minimize damage. They'll actually lose interest pretty quickly. Okay, no problem. Fuck, I'm getting a little hungry. But we must press on. Don't have enough for cloaking or the crew teleporter. I'm not sure I'd want them either. Well, cloaking is always good, but crew teleporter not so much. Buy some fuel just in case. We don't really need more crew, but it's not like it would hurt either. I'll buy Jorlak so we have a slug. Sell this fire drone. And reverse ion field, because ion damage is annoying, and having a little bit of protection against it is actually pretty useful. slugs can be pretty dangerous because they have the ability to sort of randomly disable your shit. So right now we are dealing with broken doors, and they're going to use firebomb stuff to try and spread fire, as one usually does. Hell to this, I am leaving. Seeing a bit of crew micro here. Enemy ships are definitely getting stronger. Oh, I totally misread that. Damn it! Okay, 1 second. I will get this sorted out somehow. Forgot those weren't connected by doors. Now we can get to work fixing the shield system. And the door system. This is where having a Mantis heavy crew sort of becomes a disadvantage. Things just repair so slowly. Well, we actually repaired the whole damage, so we came out of that ahead. Barely. Sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. I guess we'll go to the Rebel Stronghold. I feel like I am kind of fairly weak to borders, so... Well, it was a good idea. Sometimes the blue option doesn't do anything. Okay, we're in pretty good shape now. Their drones are deactivated. I missed every shot. It's fine. Oh, delayed the fleet by 1 jump. That's actually really helpful. Alright. More power. Now we can activate the beam drone. I think it's probably... We're probably at the point where we want to start using drones, just because enemy ships are getting pretty tough. Of course, it's honestly kind of hard to sort of make it so that your drone's attacks actually line up. It's time to start upgrading subsystems. I'll go for a defense drone this time, actually, because they have a missile. Did that in totally the wrong order. Kind of at a stalemate at the moment. Both of us seem to be having trouble actually just breaking through. Nah. We're in a dominant position. Okay, now we can have both drones active if we decide that's what we want to do. I see a missile launcher, so in the interest of preserving my hull, I'm going to go ahead and deploy my defense drone. Actually, I will do that. I will take the fuel. I'm fuel hungry. Well, I've never seen this before. This is the final boss of the game, except not. Evidently, I found the secret shipyards. And everything is terrible now. Okay, I'm actually starting to run a little bit low on missiles. I should conserve if possible. Okay, well, it's dead at least. But I at least get something good? Oh, Jesus Christ, I do. Okay, never mind. Huh. Well... Unexpected. Extremely unexpected. Apparently unlocked a ship or something? Alright, so for now, I need to decide if I value chain... I actually haven't been that impressed with the chain ion. I think I'm gonna go for brute force instead. Just drown them in firepower. It's fine. I can already play as the Federation ship, though. I guess they added that in the Advanced Edition. Incredible. So many of those myths, I'm kind of speechless. Nope, I'm mad now. Beam drones. Zoltan Shield's worst nightmare. What's that ship's evasion rate? Be nice if I could find a store. I'll do a bit of exploration. Looks like they have most of their power rooted to their drones. I'm not actually sure they can really, like, hurt me. Well, that's annoying. I might actually want to do something about that. That guy had a bad day. A quest! A quest! A questing we shall go. The defense drone will help keep the asteroid damage down. Possibly missile damage as well, but I won't hold my breath. They can be a little bit unreliable when there's this much shit flying at them. It's really easy to to lose track of what you're doing in this game. Or to focus so hard on one thing that you forget to do other things that are also... We will never accept surrender, except when we do. Thank God a store. Somewhere to spend all of this ridiculous amount of scrap. Alright, what can we get rid of? Actually, the backup battery is real good. Gonna go ahead and sell the long-range scanners and these, because I don't need them anymore. Buy the battery charger. Buy some missiles, drone parts, don't need fuel. Alright, this is sort of rude, but I'm going to dismiss Oni and hire Julian Roffin. Oh, I finally got that achievement. Okay. At any rate, having a Zoltan, I think, is better than another human, because I can get some extra power in my systems that way. And NGs are just good to have around. In general. Oh yeah, this is fine. Might have to deal with some unpleasantness at the exit point, but I think this was worth it. We have such a powerful engine at this point that it just doesn't take very long for FTL to charge up to begin with. Now we took a hit, but it's fine. There's also, you know, somebody on board. If you want to help with that, Federation guys. Whatever. Anyway, this is the final stand. It works a little bit differently than the other sectors. Basically, our goal is to shoot down the rebel flagship and protect the base. There are little repair stations scattered about that you can visit to, well, repair and get some extra supplies. One of them hit! One of them hit. It's fine. Don't like leaving the engines unmanned, but I don't have much of a choice. This should buy some breathing room. For whatever reason, I always seem to have the most trouble with these damn automated scouts. Drop a lot of scrap, though. Okay, now we can start setting this mess to rights. Okay, we have maxed out shields now. That is definitely a help. As you go through this sector, rebels will gradually take over different points, sort of like how Fleet Pursuit works, but it's random and it's kind of annoying. They always seem to focus entirely on the fucking repair nodes. I jumped the gun a little bit on when I fired those lasers. And again. Go away. Evasion at this point in the game just becomes such a pain in the ass. There's not much you can really do about it except aim for the helm. Are you fucking kidding me? No. Go away. I can get much more scrap this way. You can do a bit of gallivanting around and exploring even at this stage, though it is dangerous. I have not dodged a single one of those. Incredible. There's actually an achievement for not dodging, like, several shots in a row with a fully upgraded engine. Well, do this in the proper order with the proper timing. This is late game FTL, there's just kind of lasers flying everywhere. Let's hop by the repair station, take advantage of it before it goes away. Basically, you lose if the flagship gets to spend 3 turns, 3 jumps, I guess, at the Federation base. Alright, defense drone won't avail me anyway, so I'll go ahead and switch these around. Full power to engines. Couple hits landed, that's all you can really ask for at this stage. At this point in the game, enemy systems are just a little bit too robust to really, fully lock down for the most part. So it's better to just settle for what you can get and then focus on the helm so you can actually hit the damn thing. IMO. Alright, that went by more or less without incident, so I'm satisfied. There's not much left to do aside from face the real flagship and not the fake one. So I'll just make sure everybody's in fighting shape and off we go. Alright, here's the real McCoy. It's got a lot of shit on it. It has basically every system in the game. Go ahead and turn on the auxiliary battery. No use holding back at this point. There's a couple of ways you can go about this. But I think, generally speaking, you want to focus on the missile turret. Oh, that's annoying as hell. When my engines are being hacked, dodging is not a possibility. Which is a problem. Okay, at very least, the missiles are broken. Can't hit me with that shit for at least a little while. That anti-ion field is actually saving my butt a little bit. This needs power, thank you very much. Okay, good. The crew member manning the missiles is dead. It can't be repaired now. Jesus. The engine hack, that was kind of a master stroke. I am really suffering because of it. Fortunately, we got it. But the flagship... I've never gotten a weapon from that before. The flagship has 3 phases. And, well, I wouldn't say that each one gets harder, but there are definitely different challenges associated. We're still in reasonable shape, though. I'm not super concerned. Alright, so now we must deal with the dreaded drone storm. But at least he can't hack our engines anymore, so there is that. Alright, I think general order of operations applies here. Okay, he cannot fire missiles now. That's just not a thing. Alright, now he's drone storming, and that's terrifying, but we'll just have to get through it. I think with our evasion and upgraded shields, we will probably be able to get through okay. The nice thing about the flagship is that in my experience, it doesn't actually have very high evasion. So, provided you can shoot it, there's a good chance you'll land at least a couple of hits. Great. Boarding drone. What can I divert power from? Med bay? Now, if at all possible, you do not want to kill all of the crew. That's bad. As discussed earlier, it just makes an AI take over and make your life miserable. Okay, we got through that actually much easier than the last time because he didn't hack my damn engines. Stop giving me drones. I don't need them. Alright, so this is the last phase, and he's got a fucking Zoltan shield just like us, and we want to preserve ours as long as we humanly possibly can. Because you might see that he now has a mind control and a teleporter. Sadly. Alright, you gotta keep hammering on it while all of this chaos is going on, or else you'll never get the shield down. Jesus. Okay. Bad, bad, bad. I still think standards apply. Take out the missile turret. Miss every shot, that's also pretty standard. There's just so many dudes coming onto the ship. And of course, the laser burst can't be ignored either. Shit. Okay, I'm just trying to keep track of everything. We're still in fine shape, honestly. Just gonna try and keep Mr. Man isolated while he's mind controlled. can just eliminate the primary there we go. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. Fine, 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 fine. Alright, next I think we want to get rid of that. Actually I think we should just try and win. That might be the best course of action at this point. Okay, get my rogue crew member to the med bay. Those breaches actually kind of help, if that makes sense at all. It makes it harder for the enemy to, actually... Well, actually, most of them are dead. Never mind. Irrelevant. Got his fucking Zoltan shield back. I'm taking forever to do this, aren't I? They picked the Zoltan for some reason this time. He can do what he wants. It's not a big deal. Don't even need this defense drone anymore. Okay. That should be out of commission for a while. And their shield room is on fire. So is mine. Help! Okay, we've pretty much won. Woohoo! Okay, thank you all very much for watching today. I think we had a very fun stream. I will try and do this again same time tomorrow. Probably won't go as late. I kind of lost track of time just a little bit. I think my dog's gonna be mad at me. I should get going.
GG Scrubship, Rebels have been owned.
Thank you for the bits. What I'm gonna do is just leave the credits running for a while because the music is nice, but we're done with the stream. I need to go check on dog. I hope to see you all tomorrow, or at least some of you, and I hope you all have a very nice evening.